Tonight, let us begin with a very old tiredness. Not the tiredness that comes from work alone, not the simple heaviness that follows a long day, but the more hidden exhaustion of measuring yourself against every room you enter, the fatigue of listening for disappointment before it is spoken, the habit of softening your own edges so that no one else will feel discomfort, the way the body learns to scan a face, a pause, a shift in tone, and ask, almost before any thought appears, are they still pleased with me? Am I still safe here? Have I become too much? Have I failed in some small, invisible way? Many people live this way for so long that it no longer feels like a strategy. It feels like personality. It feels like kindness. It feels like maturity, patience, generosity, good manners, emotional wisdom, and some of it may contain those things. But sometimes, beneath the surface, another story is unfolding. A person is giving away small pieces of inner truth in exchange for steadiness. A person is learning how to remain loved by becoming easier to hold. A person is leaving their own heart waiting outside while they go in to keep peace for everyone else. This does not always happen loudly. Often it happens in small sentences. I do not mind. Anything is fine. Whatever you want. It is no trouble. I am sorry. No. Really, it is okay. And because these phrases sound gentle, because they often arrive wrapped in warmth, almost nobody notices when they become a kind of exile. The self grows quiet first, then uncertain, then difficult to hear it all. A person begins by trying to keep everyone happy and ends by no longer knowing what would bring rest to their own inner life. Tonight is not about blaming that part of you. It learned for a reason. Perhaps it learned in a home where moods changed suddenly and approval had to be read like weather. Perhaps it learned through love when belonging seemed to depend on how little trouble you caused. Perhaps it learned through fear, through loneliness, through the old human ache of wanting to be welcomed and not sent away. So this is not a harsh lesson about boundaries. It is not a speech about becoming cold or blunt or beautifully indifferent. It is only a quiet walk back toward the place inside you that existed before every gesture became negotiation. The place that knows what it feels. The place that can sit still without arranging its face for someone else's comfort. The place that does not need to earn the right to rest by being endlessly accommodating. Tonight, through these stories, we will stay with those who spent too long adjusting themselves. A seamstress who said yes before her own heart had spoken. A boy who learned to read approval in every silence. A hostess who mistook harmony for love. A monk who smiled at every request until even his compassion became untrue. others too, each carrying a different shade of the same old hunger, not the hunger to dominate, not the hunger to be admired, the quieter hunger to remain welcome, to remain safe in the eyes of others, to avoid the chill that can enter a room when someone withdraws approval. If some part of you is awake tonight replaying old conversations, wondering whether you disappointed someone, whether you seemed selfish, whether you took up too much room, then let these stories sit beside you gently. You do not need to force insight. You do not need to heal before morning. You do not need to turn yourself into a fearless person before sleep can come. Only loosen a little. Only let the night hold for a while. The self that has worked so hard to remain agreeable. Only allow the possibility that peace may begin not when everyone is satisfied, but when the soul no longer abandons itself in order to keep the room calm. So let your breathing soften. Let the dark be kind. And let us begin. Story 1. The Seamstress who always said yes before she knew her own heart. In a narrow street near the cloth market where bolts of linen hung like pale banners from shaded doorways, and women carried unfinished garments folded over their forearms, there lived a seamstress named Eliza. Her shop was small, though people spoke of it as if it were larger, perhaps because so many hopes passed through it. Wedding hems, mourning sleeves, christening gowns, aprons for girls who had just begun helping in family kitchens, coats altered to fit thinner winters and thicker grief. Eliza touched all these lives without ever seeming to enter them fully. She was the one who listened, nodded, pinned, and promised. She had a habit, so old that nobody noticed it anymore, of saying yes before she had consulted anything inward. If a neighbor arrived at dusk with a torn cuff and an urgent face, Eliza would say yes. If a cousin asked whether a delivery might be rushed before the market day, yes. If a woman she barely knew requested embroidery beyond the agreed pattern and asked if the added work could be done for the same price, Eliza would smile and say she would see what she could do, which in practice always meant yes. The word rose from her almost on its own. It came before thought, before sensation, before truth. Only later, after the customer had gone, after footsteps had faded and the latch had fallen back into place, would her body answer honestly, a weight settling between the shoulders, a dryness behind the eyes, fingers moving over cloth, with the dull obedience of someone who has already left herself for the evening. Eliza did not think of this as suffering. She thought of it as decency. Her mother had praised her for sweetness when she was young. Her aunt had called her easy to love. Even the priest's sister, who ordered hand towels twice a year and paid late without apology, once smiled and said, "There is such peace in this shop. You are never difficult. Never difficult." The phrase stayed with Eliza more stubbornly than praise should have. It felt almost like a title. Not beautiful, not gifted, not wise. Only safe. Safe to approach. Safe to ask. Safe to lean on. Safe above all, because she would not create friction. When she was a child, friction had frightened her. Her father had been a man whose temper did not flare often, but when it did, the whole house seemed to shrink from him. Plates were set down more quietly, doors closed with care. Her mother moved through those evenings with a practiced softness that Eliza would only understand years later. The girl learned early that the air in a room could be managed. One smile here, one quick agreement there, one small sacrifice before the wrong tone grew into something harder to bear. No one sat her down and taught her to disappear. She learned the craft by weather. By the time she was 33, she could measure not only waists and sleeves, but mood itself. She knew when a client wanted admiration disguised as opinion. She knew when a complaint was not about a hem at all, but about a mother-in-law, a husband, a body, aging in ways grief made worse. She knew how to soothe, flatter, reassure, and bend her own schedule until other people left, steadier than they had arrived. What she did not know or no longer knew was whether she liked the life she had arranged around this gift. There were evenings when the lamp burned low and she found herself staring at a half-finished bodice with a strange inward blankness, as though she had stepped out of the room and forgotten to come back. A thought would rise, faint but recognizable. I do not want to do this tonight. And just as quickly another thought would cover it. It is already promised. It would disappoint her. Do not be selfish. It is only one more hour. Her whole life was built from one more hour. One rain-heavy afternoon in early spring, the tailor from across the square sent over his niece, a bright girl named June, with a parcel of coats needing mending. Eliza had already been working since dawn. Her eyes ached from candlelight. 2 wedding pieces hung unfinished behind her. Her right wrist had begun to tremble when she gripped the shears. Yet when June said, "Uncle hoped you could take these by tomorrow," Eliza heard her own voice answer, "Of course." The girl thanked her and darted off through the rain. Eliza stood still after the door closed. Water moved in silver lines down the window. Somewhere outside, a mule brayed. The shop smelled of damp wool, beeswax, and the faint sharpness of blue dye. And then, for no reason visible from the street, Eliza sat down on the floor between 2 baskets of cloth and began to cry. Not wildly, not with drama, only the quiet, startled crying of a person who has finally heard the note of her own life and found that it has been strained too tight for too long. She cried because tomorrow was already full, because her wrist hurt, because she had not eaten since morning, because she could not remember the last request she had refused, because even now, even sobbing on the floor, part of her was thinking about how embarrassed June would feel if she came back and saw this, and how quickly she would need to smile and say it was nothing. When the tears passed, Eliza remained sitting there in the dim shop until the rain softened. Then she rose, lit a second lamp, and did what she had always done. She worked. That night, an elderly dyer named Miriam, who rented the room above the bakery and walked with a carved ash cane, stopped by to drop off thread. Miriam was one of the few people in town not soothed by Eliza's practiced brightness. She had a way of looking directly at what others politely stepped around. "You look thin around the spirit," Miriam said, standing just inside the door. Eliza gave the small laugh she used whenever she hoped humor would end a subject. "I did not know spirit had measurements." "Everything does," said Miriam. "Cloth, bread, silence, even false cheerfulness." Eliza busied herself with the thread spools. She told herself she was too tired for conversation. But Miriam did not leave. After a while, the older woman said, "When people ask something of you, do they wait for your answer?" Eliza turned confused. "What do you mean?" "I mean," said Miriam, "do they truly ask? Or have you trained them to expect surrender before the question is finished?" The words were so plain that Eliza almost bristled. Yet they landed with the strange force of recognition. She thought of June in the doorway, already certain. Of the priest's sister, never worried. Of cousins, widows, brides, neighbors, all stepping into the shop with the serene confidence of those who know what role another person will play. "Trying to be kind," Eliza said softly. Miriam nodded. "But kindness that never consults the heart begins to rot. It becomes fear wearing good manners." The room grew very still. Eliza wanted to argue. She wanted to say that people depended on her, that the town was small, that work was work, that she did not mind nearly as much as this conversation made it seem. But another part of her, the part that had cried quietly on the floor among the cloth baskets, knew there was something true here that could not be brushed aside. After Miriam left, Eliza did not return at once to the coats. She sat by the window with the lamp at her elbow and listened to the rainwater sliding from the eaves. Inside herself there was no grand revelation, only a difficult new question. What would it feel like to wait before answering? The next morning that question remained. It remained when the baker's wife asked if a repaired apron could be finished ahead of time. It remained when a neighbor wanted free stitching on baby linens because money was tight this month. It remained most sharply when June returned for the coats and cheerfully added that her uncle had another parcel if Eliza had room. For the first time in many years, Eliza did not answer immediately. She felt the old panic rise at once. The air seemed to tighten around her. June blinked, surprised. Eliza could almost hear the terrible possibilities gathering. She will think I am rude. Word will spread that I have changed. People will stop finding peace here. I will become difficult. But beneath the panic there was something else, faint as a needle touching cloth. A self. Not loud, not triumphant, only present. I cannot take more today, Eliza said. The sentence felt enormous. It did not feel graceful. It did not feel holy. Her face grew warm after speaking it. She wanted to rush in and soften it, explain it, apologize for it, offer another compromise to erase the discomfort she had created. Instead, she stood still. June only nodded. "All right," she said, "tomorrow perhaps." That was all. No outrage, no punishment, no collapse of the little order Eliza had spent years protecting with her endless availability. After the girl left, Eliza laughed once, though tears stung her eyes as she did. Not because the moment had been easy, it had shaken her, but because the world had not cracked when she withheld one agreeable answer. Over the following months, she practiced this waiting. Not always well. Some days she still said yes too quickly and spent the evening angry at herself in ways no one else could see. Some requests she refused outwardly, while continuing to say yes in her mind, lying awake with guilt. Yet gradually another rhythm entered her life. She began asking for a day before answering larger orders. She closed the shop earlier twice a week. She raised prices for rush work. She let certain customers be mildly disappointed. Each act felt small from the outside. Inside, each one was a door she had never thought herself allowed to open. And with those openings came grief. This surprised her. She had expected relief alone. Instead, she also mourned the years spent being chosen, because she would bend. She mourned how lovable she had tried to make herself. She mourned the young girl who learned to earn calm by becoming accommodating before she had even learned the shape of her own desires. One evening, while folding a finished child's coat, she noticed that the shop sounded different now. Still full of work, still busy, still warm with its ordinary lamp glow. But there was more silence in it, not the silence of repression, not the silence of swallowed irritation, a truer kind. The sort that appears when a person has stopped constantly negotiating their right to exist. She went to the mirror hanging near the cutting table and looked at herself plainly. Her face had not become harder. Her kindness had not vanished. The only thing that had changed was that it no longer ran ahead of her like a servant trying to calm every room before she entered. Years later, those who knew Eliza still called her gentle, but now they also knew that some garments took longer, some requests could not be met, some lateness cost extra, and some hopes would be answered with no. This did not make her colder. It made her visible, and for the first time since childhood, when she spoke the word yes, It belonged to her before it belonged to anyone else. Story 2. The Boy Who Learned to Read the Weather in Every Face. The evening light in the old house always seemed to retreat in a specific, predictable pattern. It would stretch across the hardwood floors, pulling long amber shadows toward the corners of the hallway, before eventually dissolving into a soft, velvet gray. Elias sat at the heavy oak dining table, listening to the familiar rhythm of the house. He heard the muffled thud of a book being closed upstairs, the slow, rhythmic creak of the floorboards in the corridor, and the careful, deliberate footsteps of his sister Clara as she approached the kitchen. He knew the weight of those footsteps. He knew the exact cadence of her stride, which told him whether she was carrying the quiet fatigue of a long day or the restless energy of a new idea. This was his natural state, a silent, constant scanning of the atmosphere. Around the table, the dinner was laid out with a careful, quiet grace. The steam rose from the mashed potatoes in swirling ribbons, and the scent of rosemary and roasted chicken drifted through the dimming room. As his family gathered, Elias performed his usual, invisible work. He watched the way his father, Thomas, settled into his chair. He noted the slight tension in his father's shoulders, a subtle tightness that suggested a lingering worry from the office. Without a word, Elias reached for the water pitcher and refilled his father's glass, doing so with a smoothness that avoided drawing any unnecessary attention. He saw the way Clara's eyes drifted toward the window, a flicker of melancholy passing through them, and he preemptively moved the salt cellar closer to her, a small gesture to bridge the distance between her thoughts and the table. He was an expert in the language of the unspoken. He could read the micro movements of a lip curling in a half smile, or the way a breath caught in a throat before a difficult sentence was spoken. He lived in the margins of everyone else's emotions, navigating the subtle shifts in the room's temperature with the precision of a navigator at sea. To anyone watching, he was simply a helpful, attentive presence, a calm anchor in the middle of the evening meal. But beneath the surface of this attentive grace, there was a deeper, older mechanism at work. This hyper-attunement had not been a choice but a necessity learned long ago. In the years of his childhood, the atmosphere of the home had often been a landscape of unpredictable weather. Approval had been a flickering light, sometimes bright and warm, sometimes receding into a cold, sudden shadow. To survive, Elias had learned to become a master of the wind. He had learned to sense the change in the air before the storm arrived, to adjust his own posture and tone to match the shifting needs of the adults around him. He had become a mirror, reflecting back whatever version of himself would ensure the peace was maintained. As the meal progressed, the clink of silverware against porcelain provided a steady, rhythmic soundtrack. Elias watched the way his family interacted, interpreting every glance and every sigh. He was so deeply immersed in the task of reading them that he realized with a sudden quiet clarity that he had become an expert in everyone's heart except his own. He knew exactly how much comfort Clara needed and exactly how much space Thomas required. Yet he had no idea if he was actually hungry or if he was simply following the motions of the meal. He was a scholar of the room, but a stranger to his own skin. The realization did not come with a crash or a moment of drama. It arrived as a soft, heavy stillness, much like the shadows settling into the corners of the dining room. He looked down at his own hands resting on the tablecloth. They were steady, yet they felt disconnected, as if they belonged to a character in a play rather than to himself. He realized that the skill he had honed, this incredible, sensitive ability to detect the needs of others, had outlived the danger that created it. The storm had passed long ago, but he was still standing on guard, eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting for a shift that was no longer coming. The room fell into a comfortable, quiet lull. The conversation had tapered off into the easy, companionable silence of people who are safe with one another. In this lull, Elias took a breath. It was a slow, intentional movement. He tried to pull his attention away from the tension in his father's shoulders and the restlessness in Clara's eyes. Instead, he directed his focus inward toward the sensation of his own lungs expanding and contracting. He felt the weight of his body against the wooden chair. He felt the warmth of the bowl of soup held between his palms. He began to ask himself, in the smallest of whispers, what he was feeling in this very moment. It was difficult at first. The habit of looking outward was too strong, too deeply ingrained. But he persisted, gently guiding his awareness back to the present, back to the physical reality of his own existence. He felt a slight ache in his lower back from sitting too long. He felt the cool draft from the window against his cheek. He felt the simple, profound presence of being alive, separate and whole. The peace he found was not the peace of a perfectly managed room, but the peace of a returned traveler. He was coming home to the person who existed beneath the layers of observation and adaptation. As the night deepened and the shadows finally claimed the edges of the table, Elias remained seated. He was still there, part of the family, part of the quiet evening. But he was no longer just a mirror. He was a person sitting in the dark, listening to the beautiful, simple sound of his own steady breathing. Story 3. The Hostess Who Mistook. Harmony for Love. The tea tray was made of dark, polished wood. So smooth, Clara could almost feel the grain beneath her fingertips, even through her linen cloth. She spent the late afternoon preparing. There was a specific rhythm to it. First, the heavy ceramic teapot, rinsed with warm water until the surface was steaming. Then the small, delicate cups, arranged in a perfect circle. She wiped each one, ensuring there was no trace of a fingerprint, no tiny smudge to break the visual stillness of the tray. Outside, the evening was beginning to settle. It was the night of the harvest festival, and the air held a slight, crisp edge that promised a long, cool night. In the guest room, Clara had already arranged the floor cushions. She placed them at precise angles, creating a soft perimeter that invited conversation without demanding it. She had dimmed the lamps, leaving only a low amber glow that danced softly against the paper screens of the windows. Everything was ready. Everything was seamless. When the first guests arrived, Clara felt that familiar, subtle shift inside her. It was like a tuning fork being struck. As Anna walked into the room, her face tight with the remnants of a long day, Clara felt her own posture change. She softened her shoulders. She lowered her voice to a gentle, melodic hum. She brought the tea forward, her movements fluid and unobtrusive. She watched Anna's eyes. When the tension in Anna's brow finally dissolved into a small, relieved sigh, Clara felt a surge of quiet triumph. The atmosphere was safe. The harmony was intact. Then came Ben, whose energy was much louder, much more restless. To accommodate him, Clara found herself brightening. She offered a slightly wider smile, a more animated nod, a more attentive presence. She moved with a bit more lightness, making sure the clink of the teacups was rhythmic and pleasant, never jarring. As the evening progressed, the room became a beautiful, orchestrated dance of comfort. Clara moved through the shadows of the guest room like a gentle breeze. She anticipated every need before it was even voiced. A fresh pot of tea before the warmth faded. A small plate of honeyed sweets placed just as the conversation slowed. A subtle adjustment of the lighting when the shadows grew too long. The guests were happy. The air in the room was thick with a sense of perfect, undisturbed peace. To anyone looking in, it was a picture of total warmth. The laughter was easy, the silences were comfortable, and the mood was perfectly balanced. But as Clara moved between the cushions, she began to notice something strange. She was performing the role of the host so perfectly that she was beginning to disappear. She was watching the room, but she was not in it. She was watching Anna's relaxation, Ben's excitement, and the shared ease of the group. But she was observing it from a distance, as if through a thick pane of glass. She was so focused on maintaining the invisible threads of the group's mood that she had forgotten to check on her own. She realized with a sudden quiet pang that she had spent the last 3 hours editing herself. Every word she spoke was measured to ensure it wouldn't disrupt the flow. Every gesture was calculated to provide comfort. She was a mirror, reflecting back exactly what each person needed to see to remain at peace. And in being a perfect mirror, she had left no room for her own shape, her own heat, or her own truth. The peace in the room was real, but it was a peace she had built out of the absence of herself. It was a hollow sort of harmony, maintained by the steady, silent suppression of her own fatigue, her own thoughts, and her own presence. When the guests eventually began to depart, offering their warm thanks and praising the wonderful evening, Clara bowed and saw them to the door. She watched their silhouettes move away into the dark, the sounds of their retreating footsteps fading into the night. The room was left in silence. The amber light of the single lamp cast long, still shadows across the empty cushions. Clara stood alone in the center of the guest room. She looked down at the tea tray. The cups were empty, with only a tiny dark ring of residue at the bottom of each one. The polished wood was still warm from the heat of the tea. She felt a profound, heavy stillness. It wasn't the peaceful stillness of the festival, but a quiet, lonely sort of weight. She was the only person left in the room, yet she felt like a stranger to the space. She had created such a perfect environment for others to exist in that she had accidentally made herself an outsider to her own life. She sat down on the floor, not in the arranged, perfect position of a host, but simply sitting. She let her shoulders drop. She let the formal posture fall away. She let the weight of her body settle heavily into the cushion. The room was dark, save for the low glow of the lamp. She didn't reach to tidy the tray. She didn't move to straighten the cushions or wipe the cups. She simply sat in the aftermath of the harmony. She began to listen, not to the needs of others, but to the sound of her own breath. It was a slow, steady sound. In the quiet, she began to find the edges of herself again. She felt the coolness of the air on her skin. She felt the solid ground beneath her. She felt the heavy, honest tiredness in her limbs. There was no need to be smooth. There was no need to be seamless. There was only the simple, unadorned reality of being present right here in the dark, in the quiet, exactly as she was. Slowly, the darkness of the room seemed to wrap around her, not as a shroud, but as a soft, heavy blanket. The boundaries of the room, the tray, and the empty cups began to blur. There was only the breath, the warmth, and the slow, steady return to her own center. Story 4. The Monk Who Smiled at Every Request. The first bell of the morning did not ring so much as it vibrated through the stone floor of the sleeping cell. It was a low, heavy sound that seemed to pull the warmth out of the blankets and replace it with the scent of damp pine and cold slate. Elias sat up before his eyes were even fully open, his movements practiced and silent. He did not want to disturb the stillness of the monastery, nor did he want to signal to the world that he was awake. He preferred to exist in the margins of the morning, a quiet presence that moved without friction. By the time the sun began to bleed a pale, watery light over the mountain peaks, Elias was already in the storehouse. The air inside the heavy wooden structure was cool and smelled of dried barley, dusty lentils, and the sharp, clean scent of herbs hanging from the rafters. His task was the sorting of the autumn harvest, a rhythmic, solitary labor that usually brought him peace. But today, the peace was interrupted by the soft shuffle of footsteps on the gravel path outside. Brother Marcus appeared in the doorway, his shadow stretching long across the floor. He looked tired. His shoulders slumped under the weight of his heavy wool habit. "Elias," he said, his voice a gentle plea. "The kitchen needs the sacks of flour moved to the lower courtyard before the midday meal. I thought perhaps you might assist me." Elias felt a sudden sharp constriction in his chest. He had planned to spend the morning organizing the delicate spice jars, a task that required focus and a steady hand. He was already feeling the lingering fatigue from a long day of cleaning the communal halls the previous evening. Yet as he looked at Marcus, he felt that familiar, reflexive impulse to smooth the path for another. He imagined the slight tension that might arise if he suggested he was busy. He imagined the tiny, uncomfortable ripple of a refusal. "Of course, Brother Marcus," Elias said, his voice bright and easy. He forced a small, welcoming smile onto his face. "I can help you with that." As he moved the heavy sacks, the physical strain was nothing compared to the internal sensation of vanishing. He told himself that this was the path of the selfless. He told himself that by erasing his own preferences, he was practicing the ultimate form of non-attachment. He believed that his ability to say yes to every request, no matter how much it depleted his energy, was a sign of a dissolving ego. He called it compassion. He called it being a servant to the community. By mid-morning, the kitchen yard was a hive of activity. The heat of the rising sun began to press against the stone walls, and the air grew thick with the steam from large copper pots. Elias found himself caught in a web of small, seemingly insignificant needs. Brother Thomas asked him to help scrub the heavy iron kettles. Sister Elena, visiting from the lower valley, asked if he could help her find a specific type of dried lavender in the cluttered pantry. Each time, the pattern was the same. A request would arrive. A flicker of exhaustion would bloom in Elias's limbs, and he would immediately meet the request with a nod and a smile. He moved through the yard like a ghost, performing tasks that were not his for people who did not see the man behind the labor. He was so focused on being the person everyone could rely on that he had become a hollow vessel. He felt thin, as if the edges of his body were fraying into the air around him. He was convinced that this emptiness was a form of spiritual progress. He thought that if he could only become transparent enough, there would be no more conflict, no more friction, and no more self. But as the afternoon shadows began to lengthen, A profound heaviness settled over him. It was not the heaviness of the flour sacks or the iron pots, but a weight within his own spirit. He sat for a moment on a wooden bench near the herb garden, watching a single honeybee navigate the lavender. He realized, with a sudden and terrifying clarity, that he was not actually present for any of these interactions. He was providing service, but he was not providing himself. He looked at his hands, stained with the dust of the storehouse and the grime of the kitchen, and he realized they were the hands of a stranger. He had been so busy avoiding the discomfort of a no that he had abandoned the very person who was supposed to be doing the kindness. He had mistaken the avoidance of conflict for the presence of peace. He had been using the guise of compassion to hide from the vulnerability of having boundaries. The realization was not a loud or dramatic one. It was a quiet, chilling recognition. He saw that true compassion requires a witness. It requires a person who is whole enough to offer something of substance, to offer a yes that is fueled by the fear of being disliked. Is not a gift. It is a distortion. It is a hollow gesture that leaves both the giver and the receiver in a state of emptiness. He had been practicing a form of spiritualized people-pleasing, masquerading his inability to stand his ground as a holy surrender. Elias sat in the silence of the cooling yard, listening to the distant ring of the evening bell. For the first time in months, he did not immediately rush to his next task. He stayed in the moment, feeling the ache in his back and the hunger in his stomach. He allowed himself to be a person with needs, with limits, and with a quiet, stubborn will. He realized that the peace he sought was not found in the disappearance of himself, but in the honest reclamation of his own presence. He would return to the storehouse not as a shadow, but as a man. The evening settles over the house like a layer of fine, cool dust. In the hallway, the dim light from a street lamp catches the glass of a small mirror. There is a momentary, reflexive habit. You check your expression. You smooth the corners of a frown into a gentle, unobtrusive line, ensuring that your face presents no sudden storms. You want to be a calm surface, a place where others can rest without fear of being caught in a tide. This is the first way we leave ourselves behind, by sculpting our features to be easy to look at. Then there is the blue glow of the phone on the nightstand, a small, persistent light in the dark. A message arrives, a simple request for help, or a question about a shared plan. Your thumb moves across the screen before your mind has even acknowledged the heavy ache in your shoulders. Of course, you type, the letters appearing with a practiced lightness. I can certainly do that. The words are a small, sturdy bridge you extend towards someone else, a way to keep the social waters still. You do not pause to ask if you actually have the strength to hold the weight. In the memory of a recent dinner, the question sat on the table like an unlit candle. "Where should we go tonight?" someone asked. You looked at the many options, but the menu of your own desires felt strangely blank. "Whatever you prefer," you said with a warmth that felt safe. This pattern repeated again at the cinema when the choice of a film was met with the same easy surrender. "Happy with anything," you said, letting someone else steer the evening. You have become a skilled navigator of everyone else's map, following every compass except your own. Now, as the shadows deepen and the house falls into its long, nocturnal rhythm, a different kind of quiet arrives. The habit of looking outward to maintain the peace has left the inner rooms of your life strangely vacant. It is not merely a sense of exhaustion. There is a deeper, more hollow grief settling in the corners. You try to reach down into the center of your spirit to find a spark of preference, a flicker of joy, or even a sharp note of discontent, but you find only a vast gray void. You have spent so much time tending to the gardens of others that you have forgotten how to inhabit your own landscape. You are searching for a person who has been quietly misplaced. Story 5. The bride who practiced other people's preferences until she forgot her own. The linens in the guest room were always folded with a precise, even tension. Clara liked the way the cotton felt under her palms, smooth and cool, stripped of any wrinkles. She would spend her Tuesday mornings smoothing the edges of the pillowcases, ensuring the corners met in perfect right angles. There was a certain comfort in this order. If the house was orderly, the air felt steady. If the air was steady, the days would pass without a ripple. She had learned over the years of her marriage to Mark that ripples were difficult to manage. A ripple in the morning, such as a disagreement over the breakfast menu or a sudden change in plans, could expand. It could touch the afternoon, turn the evening heavy, and leave the night restless. So, Clara had become very good at smoothing things over before the ripples could even form. The market was where this practice usually began. On Wednesday afternoons, Clara walked through the local stalls, her wicker basket swinging rhythmically against her hip. The market was a sensory landscape, a riot of smells and bright, competing colors. There were the deep, earthy scents of root vegetables, the sharp citrus of ripening lemons, and the sweet, heavy perfume of overripe peaches. As she walked, a quiet internal dialogue played out, a constant, soft negotiation. She would reach for a bunch of radicchio, its leaves a deep, bitter purple. But then she would pause. Mark found the bitterness of radicchio too aggressive. He preferred the mild, easy sweetness of spinach. She would let the radicchio stay on the stall and instead reach for the spinach, her fingers searching for leaves that were tender and unchallenging. She passed the spice merchant, where the air was thick with the dusty warmth of cumin and cinnamon. She saw a jar of bright, fiery chili flakes, a vibrant red that seemed to pulse against the glass. She thought of how much she loved the heat, the way it could wake up a dull meal. But then the thought of Mark's preference for a more muted palate would drift through her mind. He liked his stews gentle. He liked his flavors subtle, almost shy. She placed a small jar of mild paprika in her basket instead. The basket grew heavier with things that were safe. There were apples that were crisp but not tart, bread that was soft and predictable, and cheeses that lacked any sharp, pungent edge. By the time she walked back toward the house, her basket was full of selections that required no defense, no explanation, and no debate. She was building a life of easy textures. In the evenings, the house settled into a profound, heavy silence. They would sit at the small wooden dining table, the light from the overhead lamp casting a warm amber circle around their plates. The meals were consistent. The flavors were muted as planned. "The soup is good, Clara," Mark would say, his voice low and satisfied. "I am glad," she would reply, her smile fitting perfectly into the space of the conversation. There was no friction in these meals. There were no debates about whether the seasoning was too heavy or if the ingredients were too bold. Everything was as he expected it to be. This lack of conflict was the foundation of her peace. She felt a sense of pride in the seamlessness of their shared life. She was the architect of this quietude, the one who pruned the edges of her own desires so that the garden of their home would never grow unruly. But lately, a strange sensation had begun to settle in the hollow of her chest. It was not a pain, but rather a feeling of lightness, as if she were becoming thin, almost translucent. One evening, after the dishes had been washed and the kitchen wiped clean, Clara stood by the window, watching the shadows lengthen across the garden. The house was perfectly still, the linens were folded, the pantry was stocked with things that were easy to consume. There was no conflict in the air. There was no tension in the furniture. She looked down at her hands in the dim light. They looked the same, yet they felt unfamiliar. She tried to reach for a memory of a flavor she truly craved, or a color she genuinely loved, but the harder she searched, the more she found only the reflected preferences of the man sitting in the other room. She realized that the smoothness of the house was not just a result of her care, but a result of her absence. She had sanded down her own edges so thoroughly that there was nothing left for the world to catch on. She felt like a well-shaped vessel that had been emptied of its contents, leaving only the shape of what others had poured into it. The peace she had worked so hard to maintain felt less like a sanctuary and more like a vacuum. It was a quiet but it was a silence where her own voice had simply ceased to exist. She turned away from the window and looked toward the doorway. Mark was reading in his chair, the light from a small lamp illuminating his steady, calm face. He was comfortable. He was content. The house was peaceful. Clara sat down at the table, her movements careful and silent. She picked up a piece of linen she had been meaning to fold and felt the familiar, even tension of the fabric. She realized, with a quiet, trembling clarity, that a home can be perfectly still and yet entirely empty. The peace was real, but it was not her peace. It was merely the absence of her. She sat in the amber light, listening to the sound of her own breathing, wondering for the first time in a very long time what it would feel like to let a ripple begin. Story 6. The Merchant Who Laughed Before Anyone Could Disapprove. By late afternoon, the roadside market seemed to shimmer in its own heat. Dust lifted from the packed earth each time a cart rolled past. Fabric awnings glowed red and saffron above the stalls. The smell of crushed mint, cut melon, old rope, frying oil, and sun-warmed wood lay across the air in soft layers. Vendors called to one another without urgency. Coins clicked into open palms. A child laughed near the water jars. Somewhere beyond the line of market roofs, a dog barked once and then gave up. Leo knew this market as other people know the rooms of their own house. He knew which peach seller enjoyed light teasing before she would lower her price. He knew which old farmer softened if you admired his onions before asking about the bruised ones underneath. He knew when to grin, when to tilt his head, when to laugh at himself first, so no one else would need to test the edge of mockery. People said he had an easy manner. They said he could make anyone smile. They said even bargaining with him felt pleasant. Leo had spent years turning those remarks into a kind of shelter. If people smiled, they were less likely to turn cold. If they laughed, they were less likely to dismiss him. If he moved through the world as a soft joke, quick and agreeable, then perhaps no one would reach for the sharper tools of disapproval. It was not that he lied outright. He did enjoy laughter. He liked the small burst of relief that came when a tense face loosened. He liked watching a guarded stranger become, for a moment, almost tender with amusement. But somewhere along the way, his charm had stopped being only a part of him and become a kind of forward scout, always entering the room first to make sure rejection stayed outside. That afternoon, he stopped at a fruit stall where apricots lay in shallow reed baskets, their skins brushed with gold and blush and pale dust. The seller, a square-shouldered woman named Mara, was known for fair prices and a gaze that missed very little. Leo picked up one apricot, weighed it in his hand, then looked up with the smile people expected. "If I buy 6, he said, will you pretend not to notice that one of them is clearly trying to retire early?" Mara looked at the bruised fruit near his thumb. Her mouth moved, but only slightly. "For you," she said, "I might pretend many things." It was a line meant to open the usual game. Leo heard the rhythm of it and stepped into his role without effort. "Then I am honored," he said. "It is rare to be protected by such generosity." The woman snorted. A man beside him laughed. Leo felt the small wash of success he always felt when the air turned warm around him. He asked about the price, shook his head in theatrical disbelief, pressed a hand lightly to his chest, invited a better number with mock injury. Mara answered in kind. Two more people slowed to listen, smiling as if the whole thing were a harmless market play performed for their ease. By the end of it, Leo had saved only a little money. That hardly mattered. What mattered was that everyone had left pleased. Mara was amused. The bystanders were entertained. Leo himself had remained likable. He moved on with the paper-wrapped fruit tucked beneath his arm. But already he felt the faint dullness that sometimes followed these encounters. Not regret exactly, more like the heaviness of wearing a friendly coat long after the weather had changed. At the next stall, a leather worker he knew only vaguely lifted a hand in greeting. "There he is, the Prince of Good Spirits," the man called out. "Come save this hot, miserable row with one of your jokes." The words were friendly enough, others would have heard praise in them. Leo smiled on instinct. "If I start charging for public service," he said, "the whole market will go bankrupt by sundown." That earned the expected response. A few laughs, a shake of the head, someone repeating his line to another stall as if it were better than it was. Leo smiled again. He always knew when the second smile was no longer for pleasure. It was for maintenance. He bought a string of dried peppers he did not really need, made another easy remark to keep the exchange smooth, then crossed toward the shade of the well, where fewer people gathered at this hour. There he stood for a moment with the apricots, warming inside their paper, and felt how tired he was. Not tired in the limbs, tired in the face, tired in the voice, tired in that hidden place where each pleasant exchange had to be prepared half a second before it occurred. He watched a young boy nearby spill water while filling a clay jug. The child looked around quickly as if bracing for annoyance. No one scolded him. Still, he laughed too loudly at his own mistake. A bright, apologetic sound, eager to make the scene light before anyone else could darken it. Leo felt the sight enter him with uncomfortable familiarity. He knew that laugh. He had been using older versions of it all his life. When he was younger, before his voice deepened and before people began calling him charming instead of restless, his father had been a man who disliked awkwardness with more force than anger itself. A sour mood at table, a hesitant answer, a poorly timed question. Any of these could turn the room brittle. Leo learned early that if he made people laugh first, they forgave more. If he stayed quick, bright, harmless, then the silence did not sharpen so easily. In time, the strategy grew elegant. Teachers liked him, shopkeepers remembered him warmly, even strangers found him easy to approach. He had built a life from the skill of arriving already softened for other people's comfort. Only lately had he begun to wonder what remained underneath all that softness. The question came to him now as he stood by the well, not dramatically, not with any great revelation, just a quiet recognition that he could no longer tell, in many moments, whether he was actually amused or merely performing amusement before disappointment had a chance to land. He bit into one of the apricots. Its flesh was warmer than he expected, almost too soft and very sweet. Juice ran across his thumb. He looked down at it with a strange sense of being suddenly unobserved. No audience, no vendor to charm, no passing face to soothe. Just heat, fruit, breath, dust, and his own tired body, standing still. The quiet was so plain it nearly embarrassed him. Without anyone there to meet, he felt how quickly his expression fell away, not into sadness exactly, more into blankness, as if the face the market knew had gone home for the day and left him with someone he had not properly met. A woman filling water beside him glanced over, not unfriendly, not admiring, simply present. Leo waited for the old machinery to start. A joke, a comment, some little charm to keep the space easy. Nothing came. For one brief moment he let that be true. He did not brighten the silence. He did not rescue the air. He did not offer the polished version of himself who made every exchange feel lighter than it really was. The woman only adjusted the handle of her jug and nodded before walking away. That was all. No offense, no rupture, no mysterious punishment descending because he had failed to be entertaining. Leo stood there longer than necessary, holding the half-eaten apricot, feeling the dust cool a little where shadow from the well wall touched the ground. He realized that he had spent years treating likability as protection, as if a pleasant enough manner could keep him beyond the reach of dismissal. Perhaps sometimes it had, but it had also trained him to vanish in plain sight. He thought of all the little ways he prepared himself for strangers. The tilt of the mouth, the quick self-mocking line, the harmless sparkle in the eyes meant to say, "I am easy, I am safe, I will not burden you with my roughness." He had worn those gestures so long that they often felt like skin. Yet now, standing by the well with sticky fingers and no one requiring anything from him, he sensed the seam between the mask and the face beneath it. That seam did not split open all at once. He did not become transformed by one market afternoon. When Mara called after him a little later to say he had forgotten one of his apricots, he answered with warmth and even smiled. But the smile felt different, less sent ahead like an offering, more aloud. As the sun dropped lower and the market began its slow turn toward evening, Leo walked home by the outer road where fewer voices followed. Dust clung to the cuffs of his trousers. The paper packet of fruit knocked lightly against his side. Behind him, the market kept living without his careful brightness. That too seemed worth noticing. The world was not offended by his silence. It did not need him charming every corner into softness. By the time he reached the line of tamarind trees beyond the last stall, the heat had eased enough for a small wind to move through. Leo stopped beneath the branches and looked at the apricot in his hand, now bruised where his grip had been too firm. He ate it anyway, slowly. The fruit was imperfect and still sweet. He stood there until the road had emptied a little more, and though nothing in him was solved, something had loosened. Not the old habit entirely, only his faith that he must keep feeding it in order to remain welcome in the world. For that evening at least, he let the market keep its laughter behind him. And ahead in the dimming road home, he walked without rehearsing a face for anyone at all. Story 7. The Widow Who Still Apologized to Empty Rooms. The steam from the bowl of vegetable soup had long since stopped rising. In the amber glow of the single lamp, the liquid looked still and dark, like a small, contained lake. Clara sat at the wooden kitchen table, her hands wrapped around the ceramic warmth, though the heat was fading. The house was settling into its evening skin, a slow process of wood, creaking, and shadows lengthening across the floorboards. It was a heavy, comfortable silence, the kind that only comes when the clocks have stopped being a countdown and have become merely a rhythm. She took a small sip of the soup. It was seasoned with thyme and a hint of garlic, exactly how it used to be prepared when the house was full of voices and the clatter of many plates. Now there was only the rhythmic tick of the wall clock and the soft breath of the wind against the window pane. Clara stood up to clear the table, her movements practiced and light. As she moved toward the sink, her foot caught the edge of the rug, causing a small, jarring stumble. The sound of her slipper scuffing the floor felt unnaturally loud in the stillness. "I am sorry," she whispered. The words were out before she could catch them. They drifted into the empty hallway, unanchored and useless. She stood there for a moment, her heart fluttering with a familiar, reflexive guilt. There was no one in the hallway to hear her. There was no one in the living room to be disturbed by her clumsiness. There was no one in the upstairs bedroom to be disappointed by her lack of grace. Yet the apology had been reflexive, a way of smoothing over the disturbance she had made in the quiet, as if she were still responsible for maintaining a certain level of decorum for an invisible audience. She turned to the small prayer shelf near the window. It was a modest thing, a polished strip of oak that held a few small items. A dried sprig of lavender, a smooth stone from the garden, and a framed photograph of a face that was now a memory. She began her nightly ritual, wiping the dust from the wood with a soft cloth. As she polished, She found herself checking the alignment of the stone, the straightness of the lavender, the angle of the frame. She was performing a meticulous kind of care, a quiet tidying that sought to present a version of the room that was perfect, serene, and utterly unobtrusive. Even in her solitude, she felt the weight of a phantom gaze. It was the habit of a lifetime. The deep-seated need to ensure that everything was pleasant, that everything was right, so that anyone who might enter would find no fault and no mess. The tragedy of her habit was not that she was still trying to please the people who had left, but that the impulse had survived their departure. The audience was gone. The theater was empty. Yet the actress remained on stage, constantly adjusting her costume and refining her lines, waiting for a cue that would never come. She looked at the prayer shelf and realized she was still seeking approval from a ghost of her own making. The inner watcher, that part of her mind that lived to monitor her own sweetness and usefulness, was still demanding that she be a person who caused no trouble. She was still trying to be the person who was easy to love, even when there was no one left to do the loving. Clara leaned her forehead against the cool window pane. The glass was cold against her skin, a sharp, grounding sensation. She watched a single leaf dance in the moonlight outside. She thought about the soup cooling on the table and the way she had spent the last hour trying to make the house look like a museum of perfection rather than a home for a living, breathing, imperfect woman. She took a deep breath, letting the air fill her lungs until they felt tight. She allowed herself to acknowledge the exhaustion of this invisible performance. The guilt she felt for her clumsiness, the urge to tidy the dust that wasn't even visible, the compulsion to be good in the silence. It was all an attempt to stay tethered to a world of expectations that no longer applied to her. Slowly, she began to loosen the tension in her shoulders. She did not reach for the cloth to wipe the shelf again. She did not move to straighten the stone. Instead, she simply stood. She walked back to the kitchen and sat down in front of the cooling soup. This time, she did not try to eat with perfect, dainty movements. She took a larger spoonful, letting the warmth settle in her chest. She allowed the room to be exactly as it was. A little dim, a little cluttered, a little silent. The apology she had whispered earlier still hung in the air, but she no longer felt the need to retract it or to apologize for the apology itself. She let the silence be a space for her rather than a void she needed to fill with goodness. In the quiet of the evening, after the loss of everything that had once demanded her care, she began to discover the profound, understated peace of simply returning to herself, without the need to be anything other than present. Story 8. The gardener who let one corner of the orchard grow wild. The light in the orchard did not arrive all at once. It crept through the mist, like a slow, pale breath, turning the gray shapes of the pear trees into soft, blurred silhouettes. Elias stood on the porch, listening to the first tentative notes of the dawn bird song. A single thrush called from the edge of the woods, followed by the rhythmic, muted tapping of a woodpecker somewhere deep within the rows. The air was heavy with the scent of damp bark and the sweet, fermenting promise of fallen fruit. He moved toward the well with the practiced ease of a man who had followed this rhythm for decades. The heavy ceramic jars were cool to the touch, their surfaces slightly rough against his palms. As he lowered the bucket, the splash of water against the stone echoed in the stillness of the morning. He liked the weight of the full jars. He liked the way the gravity of the task anchored him to the earth, a solid, undeniable presence in the shifting morning fog. By the time he reached the first row of trees, the sun had begun to burn through the haze, casting long, thin shadows across the dark, moist soil. Elias began his work. He moved from tree to tree, tilting the jar just anew enough to let a steady, controlled stream of water soak into the base of each trunk. He watched the thirsty earth drink, the dark patches of wet soil spreading outward in perfect concentric circles. As he worked, his eyes naturally drifted to the architecture of the trees. The orchard was a masterpiece of order. Every pear tree was spaced with mathematical precision. Every branch had been trained, tied, and directed to grow in a way that was pleasing to the eye. There were no heavy, drooping limbs that might obscure a view, and no tangled thickets that might suggest neglect. The orchard was a polite place. It was a place that invited quiet admiration without ever demanding too much of the observer. Elias paused, his hand resting on the smooth bark of an old tree. He looked at the way the branches swept upward in elegant, symmetrical arcs. For a moment, a strange, unsettling clarity washed over him. He looked at the neatness of the rows, the controlled beauty of the canopy, and he saw something other than horticulture. He saw a lifetime of careful editing. He remembered the years spent smoothing over his own sharp edges. He remembered the subtle way he had learned to adjust his tone in conversation, to dampen his enthusiasm when it might seem too loud, and to withdraw his opinions when they might cause a moment of friction. He had spent his life pruning his own personality, cutting away any part of himself that might appear unruly or inconvenient to the people around him. He had shaped his entire existence to be an agreeable landscape, a space where others could walk without ever encountering a snag or a shadow. He had been so focused on being a pleasant view for others that he had forgotten the life of the wood beneath the bark. He realized that his very soul had been trained to grow in these controlled aesthetic arcs, always mindful of the perceived gaze of the world. The orchard was beautiful,
Yes, yes, but it was a beauty born of restraint. It was a beauty that had been told how to behave. The realization did not come with a crash or a sudden burst of anger. There was no desire to uproot everything or to let the orchard fall into chaos. He was too old for such dramatic ruptures, and he still loved the smell of the damp earth and the sight of the morning sun. Instead, the real realization settled into him like the settling of the dew, a quiet, heavy truth that changed the texture of his thoughts. He continued walking down the row, but his gaze shifted toward the very edge of his property. There, where the managed orchard met the wild, unmapped slope of the hill, the trees were different. They were not part of his careful rows. They were stubborn and thick, their branches clashing in a messy, uncoordinated tangle. They grew at odd angles, reaching for lig light in ways that were entirely uncurated. No one came to look at that part of the hill. There were no paths there, and no one had ever stood to admire the symmetry of those wild, unpruned saplings. Elias reached the boundary where the neat, dark soil of his rows met the leaf-littered floor of the woods. He stood there for a long time, the water jar still heavy in his hand. He looked at the tangled thicket, a small, ungoverned corner of the world that had never known the bite of his shears. A small, quiet decision formed in the stillness of his heart. He would not change the whole orchard. He would not attempt to undo the decades of careful shaping that had made this place what it was. But he decided that this one corner, this small, wild patch of earth, would remain untouched. He would not trim the wandering vines. He would not straighten the crooked saplings. He would leave this one place to its own messy, uncoordinated impulse. He felt a strange, new lightness in his chest, as if a small weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He turned back toward the center of the orchard, back to his rows of disciplined, beautiful trees. As he resumed his work, he felt the sun warming his neck. He was still the man who tended the trees, but as he poured the water, he felt a secret, growing part of himself beginning to stir, finding its strength in the one place where he finally allowed the wildness to stay. By now the night has grown quieter. The stories have moved away from the first sharp ache of pleasing and towards something slower, almost shy. Not a rebellion, not a sudden new self standing in bright certainty. Only the beginning of return. That return is often so small, it can be missed. A pause before saying yes. A hand resting still in your own lap. A meal chosen without checking who might prefer something else. A silence left unfilled. A breath that does not rush to smooth the room. For many people, this kind of change does not feel powerful at first. It can feel rude, exposed, even dangerous. The body remembers too much. It remembers that approval once meant safety, that harmony once kept the evening from breaking open, that softness offered outward was sometimes the closest thing to belonging. So when the self begins to return, it rarely arrives like thunder. It arrives like a small lamp being lit in an inner room that has gone unused for years. There is dust there. There is hesitation. There is grief for all the times that room was left dark while attention hurried elsewhere. Still, the lamp remains. And little by little, another rhythm becomes possible. Not the rhythm of scanning every face, not the rhythm of adjusting every sentence, not the rhythm of vanishing in order to stay welcome. A quieter rhythm, one in which the heart does not need to ask permission before it feels what it feels. Perhaps that is all return really is, not becoming someone new, only ceasing for a moment at a time to leave yourself behind. So let the stories settle now. Let the anxious watcher unclench a little. Let the night hold the tender work of coming back into your own keeping. There is no need to hurry it. There is no need to perform. You're healing beautifully. For now it is enough that something in you has turned, however slightly, toward home. Now the house is quiet. The market has gone still. The monastery yard is empty except for the memory of footsteps and the faint coolness that remains after a long day. The teacups have been washed and turned upside down to dry. The orchard is dark. The seams, the prayer shelf, the folded linens, the supper table, all the little places where people learn to become easier for others have softened into night. And perhaps you are here too, lying in the dark, measuring old conversations without meaning to. Perhaps some part of you is still checking whether everyone is all right with you, whether you asked for too much, whether your face looked wrong when you answered, whether your silence seemed sharp, whether your honesty was too heavy for the room. That habit can run very deep. It can move through a person so quietly that it begins to feel like character instead of adaptation, like goodness instead of fear, like love instead of training. But tonight, you do not need to keep editing yourself. Not for one more message, not for one more memory, not for one more imagined audience sitting in judgment at the edge of the bed. You were not false. You were frightened in ways that may once have made sense. You were trained, perhaps gently, perhaps painfully, to notice what kept love near and what seemed to make it withdraw. So you became careful, you became skilled, you learned to soften, smooth, apologize, adjust. You learned how to step around disappointment before it had fully entered the room. There was intelligence in that. There was tenderness in it too. Even now there may be tenderness in it still, but there was also in it, and the cost was often paid by the self that had to wait outside while the performance went on. Tonight, that self does not need to wait any longer. You do not have to solve every old pattern before sleep comes. You do not have to become perfectly boundaried by morning. You do not need a new personality, a stronger voice,
or some polished version of healing, impressive enough to earn its own approval. You only need a little less leaving, a little less self-abandonment, a little more willingness to remain with your own breath, your own body, your own unperformed life. Imagine, if you can, an inner room, not grand, not dramatic, just a quiet room inside you that has been closed for a long time. The air there is still. The chair by the window has a fine coat of dust. The lamp is small. No one is waiting inside to judge you. No one is asking you to smile correctly, answer quickly, soothe the atmosphere, or make yourself pleasant enough to keep. In that room, you do not have to earn your place. You do not have to become easier. You do not have to agree. You do not have to apologize for the space your own spirit takes up. You can simply enter. You can sit down. You can let the door close quietly. Outside, other people may remain themselves. They may misunderstand you. They may want more softness than you can give. They may prefer the older version of you who never made them uncomfortable. Let all that stay outside for now. This night does not belong to their preferences. It belongs to rest. So let the shoulders drop if they can. Let the jaw loosen. Let the watcher at the gate grow drowsy. Let the old reflex to arrange yourself for safety fade just a little into the background. And if thoughts return, as thoughts often do, if some memory rises and asks whether you should have said it better, smiled sooner, explained more kindly, then answer only with gentleness. Not argument, not shame, only gentleness. I am here now. I do not need to leave myself tonight. Stay with that, not as a command, as a place to rest. The room is here, the breath is here, the quiet is here. And somewhere within that quiet, the self who has spent so long performing may finally sit without performance, without apology, without being improved for anyone else. Let that be enough for this night. Let that be enough for sleep. Good night.